time. This could be a huge play for Nouns, especially when you have that Hoopa Unite move, the ability to bring the team to that central goal zone. Nouns not looking to make that play. Instead, they're going for the safe, secure of Reggie right now.
Yeah, you know, but listen, since you started saying that, I mean, that was a good 35 seconds that came off the clock, and that makes it difficult, more difficult to contend with, right? Every second matters here. Quickly knocked out is the Maridon, and they're just going to look for more. Ferzera somehow still standing, and then now we use a power nap out of Olivo at the 3-minute mark. That's going to be a tough one to claw back, as Kadu's going to go score, and they're looking for Gatlu here.
Gatlu would love to make a sneaky play, try to get their way to this goal zone. They are all aware Reggie Alecki walked in the main goal zone. Gatlu needs to try to get all the way to that home goal zone. Cannot do it. They would love to have scored there, but they're still doing great. 150, 325. Again, Nouns is going to be waltzing into this Rayquaza fight with at least 100 points ahead, which is a huge, huge place to be. Even if DreamHack scores 200 points, they'd only be up by 25.
Yeah, and now Buzzwell's coming back. They're going to be most likely close to their Unite. We're going to be playing this thing straight up, 5v5. Everybody has their Unite move. We've got 15 seconds till Ray. Kadu looking for some clever positioning as we're leading into the final moments of Game 2.
I cannot overstate this enough. The tournament, Worlds, everything is on the line for DreamHack right now. Rayquaza is hitting the board. Nouns is in a power position. DreamHack needs to take a massive fight. Heavy Slam catches no one. Block to peel away from this engagement. They know that this could be the last fight of their entire season, so they have to take it correctly. They have to make sure they get value out of their moves. Bruv jumps in, grabs the blaze
reposition for Ferzera, taking tons of damage. They're so low, they have to eject out. Kadu goes into the back line. We're popping rings unbound. Maridon goes down very quickly. Good stun on Kadu. They're not even going to look to chase. They're going to go right back towards Olivo. Olivo's caught in an absolute mix of players of Nouns. They're coming back through. Kadu's sitting on the backside. They're looking to put flank pressure. Ice Fang reposition, and they're going to get another knockout. 2 players down. All of a sudden, Rayquaza is sitting at about 55%. Oh, they found Kadu, putting the pressure on. They're looking to chase. Toon and Adesu are on the hunt. Kadu's getting low. Flowery Fields forever, but the tall grass is not enough to slow down the fairy type. They're going to keep this chase on. Gizine hops off. Adesu's low. Popping Zorak Unite. Oh, back on is Gizine. Kadu still stands, but what's happening in the middle? The clock is being burned down, and the chase continues. Finally looking to score. They get some points, and Toon is there. Adesu's picking up Mazo on the backside, and finally Toon goes down. The Maridon Unite is crash landing on the head of Adesu, but Gizine is dealt with. Kadu is dealt with. Ferzera is dealt with. Mazo's getting hunted. They are dealt with. KO streak of 3 for Adesu, and it's just Olivo and Ferzera left. 30 seconds on the clock, and DreamHack are experiencing maximum carnage at NAIC. Nouns Esports beating the brakes off of them.
Nouns Esports with another 52 points in that home goal zone. Securing this, Rayquaza is not on the board for them at all. Picking up another KO, masterfully played. Nouns does not go down in this fight, dispatching every member of DreamHack as they moved into the Ray pit, chasing out that Zoroark beautifully, and Nouns Esports secures a 2-0 victory into DreamHack, sending them home and ending their run here. They will not be heading to the World Championships because they ran into one of the best teams to ever play the game.
DreamHack's dreams dashed. Mazo, for the first time, will not be attending the World Championships as a Pokemon Unite player since we've had that event there.
Wow. See a lot of love between these two squads. I mean, this is a team, I think both of these teams are heavy fan favorites. You absolutely root for them. It's gutting to not see DreamHack move forward, but for them to move forward, they would have to dispatch another team that is loved by all in Nouns Esports. And Nouns today, they are playing like the champions that they are. No question about it.
This performance out of Nouns, night and day compared to what we watched yesterday, even in their wins, Spraggles. Even in their wins, they've hit another gear. Yeah. This is right where they want to be. They want to keep building on this as we take a look at our replay here.
Yeah, and here we have, you know, that Rayquaza fight from game number 1 here, able to get the huge freezes. Kadu going down in that moment. 3 members of DreamHack down. And then, of course, we have some big Blaziken plays, but look at that. I mean, the fancy footwork from Nouns Esports. And here's really where it all happened. They didn't catch Blaziken. Blaziken actually gets to run away from this, but look at the play there from Gotlu. The eject button tech, bringing the Miraidon in. Miraidon now down. Blaziken has to reset, and Nouns keeps the pressure on throughout this fight. They are looking for members of DreamHack right here, chipping Ray, and they're trying to figure out exactly what they can get. After the Snorlax is down, they are now trying to find Zera, and they do, hopping into the tall grass, and this is really where it happens, you know? Zeraora looking for the great escape, Zoroark, excuse me, looking for the great escape, but not able to make it happen.
And you see the chase continues, right? Desu and Atune recognize how important this knockout is, what this represents, right? This is kind of like the last gasping breath of DreamHack, sits on the shoulders of Kadu here. Quick score to try and iframe out if there's an attack or something. Mazo steps up. They understand the value of Kadu. They do get tuned. However, Desu becomes relentless. Pops their Unite move.
Beautiful.
Knockout, knockout. Chase continues. Now Mazo cannot get away from the pressure of this Sylveon. And what a way to absolutely stamp themselves as one of the top teams. Gotlu getting the nod.
Yeah, I mean, I think Gotlu's playing out of his mind today. So far,
games.
Both of these games look absolutely
games.
Phenomenal. Buzzwolf, 5 knockouts, 54,000 damage, but it wasn't only the damage, wasn't only the knockouts. What a playmaker throughout all of these matches. Truly, I feel like such an X-factor player, and when you let him off the leash, he goes wild. Sometimes too wild, which we've seen. Other times you see a performance like that, you see Gotlu with, I think MVP, no, Adesu first game, but Gotlu with MVP performances both of these matches. We are going to send it up to the big stage for an interview with Inder. Take it away.
Hello, Pokemon Unite trainers. We have Indy from Nouns Esports. Make some noise for Nouns. All right, first off, single elimination today, all games, high intensity. How are you feeling after that game with DMX?
Feeling pretty good. You know, we've had some shortcomings when it comes to playing on stage events, but I've done this one before. I've had some good luck at NAIC before, so I'm just channeling that positive energy.
Up next, you have the regional champions from North America in Orange Juicers coming up next for you. How are you feeling about that set?
They're obviously a really good team. We're very familiar with them. We've been very close. I mean, Zug's been a good friend and a former teammate of mine. But I know that Flareon's is going to be trolling, so we got to get in his head a little bit.
Thank you so much, Indy. You have a lot of fans here in North America, since you are from here, from North America, but also from home. A lot of the Nouns fans tuning in from the EU region. Anything to say to all your fans and all the Nouns fans out there?
Yeah, I mean, I got a lot of shout outs, so give me a little bit of time, but all the fans in EU that embraced me moving to London and starting my journey over there, to Blaine, who is on the bench right now, but he's been a phenomenal manager, substitute, and just pretty much everything that we could ask for. To all the fans watching, that everyone tuned into my stream, in the Discord, the tier 3s, I know all of you guys are supporting us. And obviously to the people that are the closest to me, my girlfriend Samantha, who's here in person, front and stage, my mom back home, who I know is tuning in. And yeah, just thanks to everyone.
Lots of emotions here in the North American International Championships. One more time for Nouns. All right, heading back to the booth. We'll see you in a short bit.
Boy, I love Ender, man. I got a little tear in my eye. He's getting teared up. It's just, a lot is happening up there. I mean, as you talked about, some teams' dreams are dashed, other teams are living it out right now. He's been on this stage before, and he's won at NAIC. About to run into another group who's been on this stage before and won at NAIC. Didn't get their trophies, though. I don't know if they've ever talked about that.
They've never mentioned it. But
they should talk about it.
I mean, that's the story of NAIC. Sometimes to make your dreams come true, you got to crush others. You know, in the case of DreamHack, unfortunately, their run ends, their dreams are crushed, but Nouns' hope to raise a trophy in the LAN environment on an international stage for the first time is still there. That first prize. And of course, the Juicers looking to do the same thing, because apparently nothing is good in this world.
We have so many amazing teams in front of us, right? We have the Juicers. We're figuring out who's still going to Worlds.
Correct.
I mean, we have Daybreak, Revelation, Bees, so many good teams left in this tournament looking for that spot. Peru is going to play. Luminosity is going to play. I mean, we have such a stacked day of Unite. It is incredible, Doomsnacks.
Yeah, I mean, of course, like you said, Daybreak Revelation, I think, is where everybody's got their eyes on right now, because we know the implications of that match specifically for that final world spot. And that importance is not lost on those players either. In Foo's interview, they said, listen, the next match matters a lot, right? That's going to put us in pole position to get that last spot. We want it. You know, after falling short just shy in their own region, but obviously a quality team, because they're the ones that won the event to send themselves here to compete.
Yeah, if we have that bracket, I would love to take a look at that bracket. Take a look at the bracket. Yeah, do we have it? I would love to see where we're at here. Perfect. So we just saw Nouns take down DreamMex. They're going to face off against the Juicers. Luminosity Gaming Stamina, they have their tickets punched to Worlds. Juicers Nouns, they have their tickets punched to Worlds. But if you look at the top of our bracket, Peru, they're set to go. But Bees, if they're able to take Peru down, have an opportunity to get their Worlds invite. All the way at the bottom of our bracket, Revelation Daybreak. If Bees is not able to stop Peru, then the Revelation Daybreak match will decide which one of these teams wins the final stretch spot to Worlds.
It's such an amazing and intense event. And like you said, if Bees beats Peru, not only is that one of the biggest upsets in competitive Unite history, that means that there's even more pressure. Because even if the teams in the next bracket lose, they have to go square off in a placement decider. To see which ones is not only going to get the higher spot, but also obviously get the last spot to Worlds. Come on, baby.
It's crazy to think about. I mean, if they move on and take down Peru, if Bees does this, and then on the bottom side, obviously, one of those next two teams would be fighting for that spot. And like you said, you could have a reality where a placement match actually ends up being a Worlds invite match. Crazy day in front of us.
Also technically possible, Bees and one of those two teams competing for the last spot at Worlds. What does that say? Jake?
It says Jake late for casting, Sprague, but
he was there on time.
In my defense, when the camera came up, was I on screen? I rest my case.
Case rested, which means we need to go rest because it's break. Just fired off screen. Let's go. Get us out of here.
Take us the break.
Take us the break. Get with it, Ben.
We are playing Pokemon This or That with Aaron here, Grass type edition. You ready?
I'm ready.
All right. Sunflora or Carnivine?
Carnivine.
Carnivine or Go-Goat?
Go-Goat.
Go-Goat or Eldegoss?
Eldegoss.
Eldegoss or Abomasnow?
Abomasnow.
Abomasnow or Scovillain?
Abomasnow.
Abomasnow or Meganium?
Abomasnow.
Abomasnow or Victreebel?
Abomasnow.
Abomasnow or Delmise?
Delmise.
Delmise or Decidueye?
Decidueye.
Decidueye or Sprigatito?
Sprigatito.
Sprigatito or Bulbasaur?
Bulbasaur.
Bulbasaur wins it all. Drop the plush. Oh, congratulations. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Bye. We did it. You keep it.
Welcome back, Pokemon Unite trainers, to the North American International Championships, where we are bringing you the broadcast of the final stretch, day 2 of the final stretch here in New Orleans. Welcome on back. My name is Drake Kusan. If you're just joining us, joined with me is Kellosaurus. And Kello had some dreams broken already today. Emotions are very high for these teams. Some of them ending their season with the final stretch today, hopefully finding one more dream to move on to the World Championship Series in a couple of months. How are you feeling with the day so far?
Honestly, it has been absolutely electrifying. I think is a great descriptive word to use. It has just been action-packed, non-stop. These matches are chef's kiss.
Chef's kiss indeed. Nouns Esports having a tremendous performance going up against DMX from Brazil. Unfortunately, we will no longer be seeing DMX in today's event, as this is a single elimination bracket. Just to remind us, fighting for a $50,000 prize pool, $20,000 for the Lion's Share team. We're going to be taking a look at Luminosity Gaming, first time on broadcast, /Ken, Kyrios, Trainer Otter, and Overlord. Again, your 2-time world champions and currently undefeated in international conventions, looking to continue that win streak here at NAIC. Going up against them are the LATAM North representatives for the World Championship Series. This is Stamina Esports, Kello.
Yes, we have Reggie, Frank, Ranma, Pachi, and Alito representing their team. So they have also secured themselves a world spot by getting a placement in the regionals for their region. So, I mean, world spot has been secured, but as you said, it's that lion's share of the prize pool, but also it's the title that both of these teams are after.
Yeah, obviously lots of emotions between all the teams today. One Pokemon that I do want to highlight that we have been seeing all throughout today, and every set today, I believe, is a Pokemon well known to Overlord. It is that Zoroark. Kello. We saw a lot of Zoroark in that last game. Kadu, unfortunately, not able to get away, even with a Comfey pocket, but Overlord is quite literally the Lord of Zoroark, the Lord of the Sword, some may call him in the past. How do you feel about Zoroark, Comfey, and Luminosity Gaming?
Well, in terms of a Zoroark Comfey win rate, it obviously isn't 100%. So whether we'll actually end up seeing Overlord go and select this Pokemon moving forth, I'm not sure. As you mentioned, we haven't actually seen Luminosity on broadcast. However, yesterday in group stage, they went undefeated 2-0 against all of their teams in groups. They have one of the biggest groups as well. And, well, I mean, Stamina Esports, they matched that. They didn't drop a single game either. Also going that 2-0 clean sweep distance until day 2, where that streak was broken.
They did lose one game to version 1 off broadcast, but they hopefully both these teams carrying that winning momentum from day number 1 to day number 2. This is going to be an absolutely electric game between the two teams. This is going to be a Worlds preview match between LATAM North and North America. And I'm excited to see how this plays out.
We'll have to see if we end up getting chills, if everything's so electrifying. It definitely can feel the tension in the atmosphere as we get these players ready on up to go into that pick band draft phase. But I have a question, Drake. I know we did surprise Pokemon that we would like to see. Is there anything that you would like to see come on out today? I mean, besides the Zoroark.
We've seen so many
Yeah.
interesting picks in our cast specifically,
I
Kella.
got mine
We've
as
seen
you.
you got Azumarill multiple times, although it was just a singular player playing Azumarill. That's Joe from Daybreak. We got a Scizor, which is really interesting as well. We got one Decidueye, maybe a couple of Decidueyes. I know Nouns Esports loves to play that, but here we go. Looks like we're heading into the first draft for game number 1. Luminosity on our purple side, Stamina Esports on our orange side, and pretty typical. Bans are going to be Hoopa, Blissey, Snorlax, and that Blaziken for Stamina Esports.
Look, supports are in short supply, so you've got to make that supply even shorter by knocking both of these Pokemon out. Otherwise, we have Suicune being that first pick for Otter here, known either as that supportive type all-rounder, especially when you equip that experience share on it. Otherwise, we have seen in the competition so far more of that backline damage dealer as well, because it is just such a nuisance with those freezes.
Yeah, Suicune, a pick rate of 30%. It has been more than a quarter of the games here on broadcast. It is a very powerful Pokemon, freezing that flooded zone. And for a Pokemon like Zacian, for example, that has a lot of pressure in that mid to short range, it's not going to be loving to see that legendary beast.
Well, we have over on the other side Zacian and Psyduck being locked on in, another Pokemon that is quite a nuisance. I know this Pokemon has a 38% pick rate, but I feel like we haven't really seen many Inteleons on broadcast.
Do you think so? Yeah, Inteleon, in my opinion, is one of the best attackers in the game, and Curios definitely made a name for herself. I think it was in year 2, able to secure the World Championships win with a boosted auto, a critically hitting boosted auto, but still very high drama.
Wait.
And right off of the bat, we're going to go ahead and see Overlord
Wait, what?
locking in a Zoroark, Kello, but without a Comfey this time. We got a Clown.
Yeah, we have Slash picking up a Mr. Mime there. We'll have to see whether they're going to adjust their items there. But hey, maybe leftovers is viable. But yeah, it's really surprising to see a Zoroark picked up without that Comfey pocket. Obviously, diving on in is going to be a little bit more riskier, because I feel like Mr. Mime, even with a power swap, is going to struggle to keep up.
How powerful is their team where you can have Overlord confidently switch off of Zoroark to give that to Trainer, their newest pickup this year from Nemesis, who's been an absolute tear of an ad in the central area, and then take the Leafeon?
Yeah, they've done that switch. But you know what? We have another speedster over on the other side, being that Absol, boasting that high crit damage. You can see that they have equipped that Scope Lens and Razor Claw as well, just to give that an extra boost.
Yeah. Really interested to see that Mamoswine has a pick rate of 28%, which is pretty staggering in my opinion. Mamoswine, I feel like, is a defender that's not picked very often, but that Ice Fang, we've seen it come out to play a couple of times in today's event and in yesterday's event, and having such a huge impact. I was saying it yesterday, it's a difficult ability to land, has very short range, but if you're able to land those fangs on a Pokemon, you can crowd control them, hinder them for quite a significant amount of time.
How easy would you say it would be to Ice Fang a Zoroark and a Leafeon on the other team?
That's what I
we need
was
a
saying.
percentage rate for that one.
We're going to need to get our production on that one. But here we go, everybody. Let's make some noise. Luminosity Gaming, first time on broadcast, going up against LATAM North Stamina Esports.
You can see that Otter is going to be supporting Overlord on that Eevee, currently soon to evolve into Leafeon once it reaches that level 4. But neither of them are actually going to push that bottom Boltoy that is the neutral. Instead, they're going to go for that top one and end up missing out on their own other one as the other members came forth.
Yeah, so that Pokemon right there, Leafeon, again, they have a level 4 evolution, so they can confidently get some wild Pokemon that aren't as contested. They're really trying to guarantee that Leafeon to get that evolution. And we see the Zoroark moving down to the bottom path. Trainer actually does not have an evolution. I'm not sure exactly what's happening there, but the Zorua is going down. Reggie pushing forward.
Yes, Slash Candy's left all alone, and they end up getting slashed on down. 2 KO streak for that Miraidon, and this is just going to give opportunity for Stamina to pick up all of this wild Pokemon for themselves.
Yeah, a little miscommunication on the side of Luminosity Gaming. we still have a Zorua on the field. You can see on the left side of your screen that icon still as a Zorua, pivoting up to the top path as well. 4-player push, 2 players here, Zacian and the superhero Psyduck here for the defense. Let's see what LG decides to do. Finally gets that evolution into the Zoroark, but it looks like they're peeling back towards their central area.
Yeah, they still have 4 members here as Ranma is going to push on fourth. They end up getting blocked out by this light screen, but they are still left standing as the backliners from Luminosity Gaming, they're just focusing on getting their levels first.
That is a Metal Claw Zacian, so increases that auto attack speed and is also able to lock in onto some of these speedsters. I feel like it's a lot easier to lock onto them with an ability like that. Leafeon on the field as well at level 6. Swift Swim, Headache Gauge at full, reducing the cooldowns of all of its abilities. Unfortunately, heading to the Pokemon Center.
Do have those 8-minute birds spawning as we have a tussle up in the top half. Leafeon on quite low HP, able to make a grand escape. 2 KO streak there for Otter, and this is going to give a chance for Luminosity to get some points on the board.
Yeah, Luminosity starting to bring it together here. Both speedsters in the top path again, trying to get that tempo forward and into their favor. Speedsters tend to do that in the early game, and now getting their stacks is that Leafeon. I think the Zoroark is grabbing some Eos energy as well, but the first to fall in the top path, Leafeon, good amount of experience for the Absol, now at level 8, 1 away from that Unite move.
Yeah, no Unite moves on hand for either side just yet, but Absol is really close, along with Zoroark and Leafeon on the other side, as it does end up getting it at that level 8 mark. We do have those second set of birds spawning on in. Luminosity did manage to get the Altaria, but missed out on all those Swablu's.
A rather slow start for 2 teams that love a very aggressive play style. Absol and the Zoroark going in for a 1v1. Midnight Slash unfortunately finding nobody. Overlord here for the confirmation as well. Emerald 2-step on the forehead of Zacian as they're trying to escape back to their tier 1 goal zone. Take a look at that Ice Fang, but Leafeon is able to stay alive, getting a shield from that Razor Leaf, getting the KO on the Zacian.
You've definitely got to give it up to Pachi for the attempted effort to save their ally. Unfortunately, it just wasn't enough to go and save them or that tier 1 pad. Now Luminosity Gaming are setting their sights on this Reggie Alecki uncontested and for free, marching towards tier 2.
A slow grind for Luminosity Gaming, definitely a slower start for what we're used to with this team. As we take a look at the mini-map, 2 players from LG moving down to the bottom path while the rest of the team makes up shop here in the bottom path to take that Reggie Rock. Let's see what they decide to do here. We see Otter heading into the central area, finding an Altaria family. They're going to take this Mammoth or this Pillows at this point, and all these Eos energy to score 5 points from Leafeon, followed by another one from Trainer, and LG starting to pick up steam.
They're at 178 points to 30 points at that 6-minute mark. As we look at the levels, we do have 2 level 10s on the side of LG, however only the 1 level 10 on Stamina. But one thing I am keeping note of is this Piloswine needs to get its full evolution at Memo ASAP.
Absolutely, that Unite move is also fairly impactful in these larger scale team fights. Lots of crowd control and AoE at that final hit. Here comes the Emerald 2-step again. Unite move, infinite ice spike, sending them to a spiky grave. And Luminosity Gaming is definitely making up shop here in the top path and starting to push on forward as they are getting these knockouts. Kyrios able to get that knockout, or able to get that snipe shot, and a KO streak of 3 for the Suicune.
Yes, that was a great KO streak for LG there, just to go and stomp on Stamina Esports even more. We still have a Piloswine that got knocked out once again. Benefit for Stamina is they have the comeback experience over on their side, considering both of these tier 1 pads have been depleted, but they are losing control of this map.
As we eclipse the halfway point of this game, 193 to 45. Let's take a look at our field state in experience, level 12 on your Zoroark. That's Trainer on the Zoroark, potentially looking for a score here on the tier 2 goal zone and absolutely obliterate the Absol.
The combinations of the light screen paired up with the 2 speedsters to just go and pincer down that Absol, that was nasty business there. Otherwise, 10 seconds until that basement Reggie does end up spawning, which means they're going to focus their sights up in this top path as Trainer and Slash can rotate up.
Eyes are on Trainer here as they're working on a uniting move. Psyduck. Here's the Reggie Alecki bouncing to the tier 2 goal zone. They are able to KO Slash Can on their Mr. Mime, and Stamina Esports starting to move on forward. Emerald 2-step is going to be taken by Stamina Esports as they push on forward. Bright Meteor Feature Storm into the goal zone, and Reggie Alecki making it vulnerable.
14 points ends up going in from Pachi, but they end up instantly getting sniped on down. No further points are going in from Stamina Esports, despite that Reggie Alecki crashing on through, and that is going to be 3 members down of Stamina. They're looking really dicey. Things are looking really dicey right now for them.
Yeah, they need to find a way, find an angle to get some Eos energy into these goal zones, find an objective. They were able to take the Reggie Alecki off of the battlefield, but not really able to get a whole lot of value, as the defense from Luminosity is just as strong as their offense. They're going to pivot down to this bottom path. Reggie Ice has appeared in the lower part of the map. This will give them more passive healing for the next 90 seconds.
That shred of that objective was so quick between those 3 members. It's wild. And the action isn't going to stop here. As we can see, Mr. Mime trying to get the isolation, keep that Miraidon at bay, while the rest of those members soak up all of those wild Pokemon for the experience.
1 minute before the final stretch, Stamina Esports still struggling to find their way in. Able to get some scores in on the Tier 1 goal zone in the last minutes of this game. Curio sitting at level 12, huge benchmark at level 13 should be easy. Right after this, Altaria family. We got 40 seconds before the final stretch. Pokemon to watch here, of course, is going to be Trainer on that Zoroark. Where is he going to engage? Where is Overlord going to land that Emerald 2-step? A number of targets, that Miraidon and that Absol being the prime 2.
30 seconds left to go. I guess, yeah, that's the thing. LG, they just have to hold up base. They need to try and prevent Stamina Esports from backcapping or trying to find an isolation opening. It's going to come down to this engage from Psyduck and Mamoswine, but this is going to put them in a risky position with Reggie Alecki marching towards Tier 2. That could give Luminosity Gaming insta dunks if it crashes.
And it looks like it is going to crash into the Tier 2 goal zone. Stamina Esports pivoting towards the Rayquaza.
Oh.
It is bold, and it is a belly play. And Rayquaza has already fallen. And Luminosity Gaming is going to secure who else? None other than Kyrios with the confirmation.
Holy macaroni, that was such a quick rip. You have the Reggie Alecki crashing on through. Luminosity looking unstoppable with all of these shields. No members from Stamina Esports left standing, and I've got to say, first time on broadcast on that stage, Luminosity Gaming are looking something fierce.
Do not blink, because in a blink of an eye, you can lose an objective, even if Stamina Esports push the objective first. It looks like Trainer is going to be down for the next 20 seconds, followed by Slashcan, but we have eclipsed the 500-point mark, the point of no return for this team. They need to score in more than 500 points. That's more than these players can hold in their pockets. It's time to go to the next game, Kello.
There's a gold mine there, Otto. Why aren't you picking up all of this Eos energy for free? Instead, they go and get the Clay Doll there and only holding 10 points on hand. But I guess, you know what? They don't really need any more Eos energy to go on through. They just need to focus on the defense for now.
Looks like Stamina Esports pivoting to the Tier 1 goal zone. They're going to try one more time. Left on 7. Nice snipe shot to interrupt Paki on their Mamoswine. They are going to score a full pocket of 100, but still more than 400 points to Eclipse. And unfortunately, with the Psyduck and the Mamoswine and the rest of the team falls, Stamina Esports unfortunately looking fatigued in Game 1.
3 KO streak there for Trainer as they rush on fourth. Only 15 seconds left to go. Guess this is just a moment where Stamina Esports needs to take a moment to rewind, rethink how are they going to approach this next match, because that is going to be their last chance to making it on through in this competition.
Luminosity Gaming with game number 1, first game on broadcast, looking to form. I know they had a kind of disappointing appearance in the regional finals, at least disappointing for the team standards, falling 3rd place behind Uni Coaching and Orange Juicers a couple of weeks ago. But like I was saying, they are looking to form this double speedster composition. Honestly, this is the Luminosity special and one of the 2 best carries in North America.
They are just locked on in, as we can see on those player cams. But even then, this rip, they knew what was coming. They knew not to take the bait of going and insta-dunking with that Reggie Alecki. They needed to go and prevent this from happening, and they did.
honestly not the best securing tools on their side of the map. And we're going to go ahead and take a look at the player of the game here. It is Trainer LGC on their Zoroark. 50,000 damage, 11 knockouts, a pretty low damage margin, but again, this is a speedster. You explode your target, leaving them no ability to heal. Even if it is a low damage margin, those knockouts will definitely take you up.
One thing I love is that Trainer is holding that Zoroark plushie in their profile picture as well. So whether we're going to end up seeing more Zoroark on broadcast, because it was definitely looking good in their hands so far. But yes, LG locked on in, looking fierce so far. Can they continue that 2-0 streak from day one into day two?
Looking very fierce in game, but Trainer there looking very relaxed on one of the hardest Pokemon to pilot. But one of the difficult things about Luminosity's gaming's draft strategy is this double speedster composition, or at least two Pokemon that have such high mobility. It's a very volatile composition, right? You need some of the best players to pilot these Pokemon. Notice they don't have a traditional supporter on their team because they're really relying on the player themselves to keep them alive. They don't even have many passive healing tools. Leafeon can build a shield for itself, not very much for Zoroark unless you pick Cut, for example, but leaning on the players and trusting them to keep themselves on the battlefield is something that Luminosity Gaming, in my opinion, is an originator and a pilot for.
Yeah, I mean, to have a Zoroark without a Comfey is quite unusual, so it just goes to demonstrate the prowess that this Trainer has on that Pokemon. Otherwise, I guess only Hooper is the supporter ban of choice this match, and Luminosity Gaming, they're going to lock in two supporters up first with the Psyduck and Blissey.
Stamina Esports starting out with that Snorlax, taking that away from Slashcan, one of the best Snorlax players in the world, followed by another very prolific Blissey player as well. Inteleon on the side of Stamina Esports, taking that away from Kyrios. It feels like these teams are just taking away important pieces of the other team's composition.
The pieces of the puzzle, that way they cannot complete it, but don't think LG would be phased as they have locked in this Leafeon and Armarouge for their second picks. Gotta take it on over to Stamina Esports. Was wondering where this Eldegoss fits in, and now that I see a Garchomp, it makes sense, but once again, Stamina taking away another piece of the puzzle that LG were building last time.
Yeah, just to piggyback on your Eldegoss comment, I think Cotton Spore is also really strong for stopping a lot of these speedsters. And take a look at this. They're going to go ahead and pull out the Charizard. I believe it was in the April finals that Overlord picked, quote-unquote, picked Charizard, but Charizard is a really interesting Pokemon to select here as your 10th pick option. Does fairly well into speedsters like the Zoroark. You can pick them up with the Seismic Slam. It has fairly good mobility in the air to target and chase down that Zoroark. Other Pokemon here that don't want to receive a Seismic Slam, maybe that Inteleon as well. We'll just see how fast Overlord is able to get to level 9 though.
One thing I am noticing is they have the Cursed Bangle on hand, so that is going to slow down that regen that Stamina have, even though it is quite limited if we do have that Pollen Puff from the Eldegoss and obviously that self-regen from the Garchomp. But even then, Kyrios on the Armarouge, the double fire team here, they're definitely looking to bring the heat this next game.
Yeah, that's a very bulky shell. We've been seeing a lot of Fire Spin Armarouge today. No Charge Cannon Armarouge very much today, or Armor Cannon, I apologize, Armarouge today. But with that Blissey right next to it, it's going to be a very bulky Pokemon to take down, and it's hard to allocate what you want to try to target. You want to target the Charizard, the obvious choice, but if you target the Charizard, then the Armarouge kind of just rolls over you, right? So it's going to be very interesting to see how Stamina Esports approaches this new, very new Luminosity lineup.
Well, folks, we are heading on into our second game of the quarterfinals. This is Stamina's Esports' last chance to try and make it on through the competition, as LG are one up. They are on the orange side, Stamina on the purple.
Taki heading into the central area, Leafeon there for the engage. It looks like they're fighting over that blue buff. Again, a pretty fast evolution for that Leafeon, as you can see in the top left corner of your screen. Leafeon already on the battlefield. Overlord in this top path. Not a whole lot of experience here, especially going up against a Gible. It's going to be hard to out-secure these two Pokemon.
Yeah, but Overlord cannot really do much but stand on pad as Otter is going to go and try and secure that Bunnelby for themselves, waiting for some support from Trainer, who has arrived at level 4 with that red buff.
Trainer up here waiting for the Altaria family to spawn. Looks like Zorak heading down to the bottom path, but a mass exodus. 2 members of Stamina Esports, Snorlax and Zorak, heading up through the central area for a gank of the top path.
Yeah, it is going to be a 3 versus 4 in favor of Stamina Esports here. Just a matter of whether they can secure any of those wild Pokemon, but it looks like not enough as we still have a Gossifleur. Nonetheless, we have Reggie being able to lock in a KO and some members getting some Eos energy in to start us off.
Yeah, to be expected. Again, it's going to be a question of how fast they're going to be able to get Overlord to level 7 to get a Charizard, and then further to level 9. And we know Zorak to really dominate this early game. And as you can see, in early game domination of that top path, Charmeleon has vacated the top path entirely, heading down to the southern part of the map.
Yeah, look at this, a rotation from Luminosity to have all 5 members to pressure this bottom path that is on 42. They are potentially looking for a break, but I don't even think they have enough Eos energy on hand.
Yeah, Trainer's going to go ahead and continue to score to build up that attack way and get closer to that Unite move. Overlord at level 5 to get that stage 2 evolution into the Charmeleon. In the central area, a small skirmish breaking out here. Here comes a Swift Swim, headache gauge up to full, and the Gabite is starting to take lead at level 7.
It's just a moment of reprieve as we wait for the next lot of Swablu's and Altaria to spawn. As we look at the levels, we have 2 level 7s on either side. However, I'd say Stamina is falling just a little bit behind, considering they have 3 level 5s.
Yeah, not only that, but this Leafeon gets online early. Level 4 evolution into the stage 2, and then level 8 Unite move. So it will definitely have that Unite move as they pivot down to the bottom path.
Swablu's and Altaria are here, but we have that Armarouge getting knocked on out, leaving Slashcan to try and secure all of this experience for themselves. Meanwhile, downstairs, we actually have that bottom tier 1 pad being broken.
Yeah, and Overlord, we do have a Charizard on the field as well. Slashcan still up here in the top path. As we pivot down to the bottom path, we see a Regice has appeared, and they don't have a tier 1 goal zone, but Luminosity is making a really interesting play. They have pivoted from the bottom path all the way up to the top path, ignoring that Regice.
The benefit for Stamina is going to give them global experience. It has managed to tick on over that Zoroark and Garchomp to level 9, who now have their Unite moves on hand. LG able to take this Reggie Alecki for free. They didn't manage to break down this tier 1 pad. Is left on 44, so that potential for a massive overdunk if they have the Eos energy.
10 points from Trainer, 4 points from Otter on the Blissey. Here comes the big bomb, 37 points coming in. A 31-point overcap is going to give Luminosity Gaming an even further lead, and the game is just starting to unfold with Overlord having their Unite move available to them.
Yeah, not looking for a target just yet, instead just cleaning up these buffs for themselves, trying to starve out Stamina from catching on up.
135 to 226 as we approach the halfway point of the game, and Luminosity Gaming is taking more risks now. They have broken both tier 1 goal zones. In terms of experience economy, Stamina Esports will have more experience for the remainder of the game unless Stamina Esports breaks one or both of these tier 1 goal zones.
Yeah, that is the benefit over to them, and you can see it reflected with the 3 level 10s now over on their side. So slowly catching up. Otherwise, Overlord ends up getting sniped, but here comes the Bliss assistance to shoot across the map and save them from getting knocked out.
Overlord deep in enemy territory. They do have a Unite move available to them, and Eldegoss the first to be burned to a cinders. Here is the Seismic Slam, finds the Garchomp, responds with a livid outrage of their own. Otter on 1 HP and a Dream. Unfortunately, that Dream turning into a Nightmare, and Overlord by themselves blocked out by this Snorlax right now. It looks like Slash is trying to find a way to Overlord, but here's the Leafeon for the support.
They do have jump pads available as we have passed that 5-minute mark. Very risky move from LG, but that isn't going to stop them. Overlord, as we can see on that bottom screen, is going up against the Eldegoss, and the Eldegoss comes out on top.
110 points as we eclipse the halfway point of the game. 19 points will bring this goal zone down to 4. We saw this in the Nouns Esports game, but another LATAM team moving down through the central air with a very highly mobile Pokemon. They are going to take maybe this blue buff. No, they use that last bit of feint attack onto Slashcan to escape escape back through the central area.
You can see that Regieleki is getting worked on by Stamina as Luminosity Gaming is going to secure a lot of these wild Pokemon. There are a lot of yellow dots on the map.
Yeah, 4 minutes remaining in the game. Regieleki going over to Stamina Esports. Let's take a look at our field state once again. Level 11 on Overlord on their Charizard, 12 on Trainer. On the other side, level 12 on our Zoroark. And it looks like Stamina Esports may be pivoting for a Tier 1 goal zone to work with. They want to bring the scoreline a little closer to parity before the final stretch.
Well, there's still 1 minute and 50 seconds left to go. Regieleki did get worked on by Overlord, so it isn't going to make its way through. Otherwise, it's just a stalemate for the time being, as both members are retreating on back. No, they're not. I feel like they're trying to trick us here.
Possibly. Package is getting some vision for the team. They know there's a lot of members most likely down here for Luminosity Gaming. You know, they have some highly mobile Pokemon. They are pivoting down to the bottom half.
Oh
Psychic
my
to
gosh.
catch out Reggie, and an Emerald two-step sends them very quickly back to the Pokemon Center.
Yeah, risky to go and send Zoroark so far without any backup, but they instantly got deleted. Up here, we have Overlord picking themselves up a 2 KO streak, and LG, they have most control of the map, and it is continuing as Overlord's not letting up just yet.
Yeah, Tier 1 Gold Zone has been broken off screen, and Stamina Esports, again, just looking for an angle, trying to find some knockouts. Unfortunately, losing their Zoroark in the bottom path. They did use their Unite move, and unfortunately for Luminosity Gaming, that Charizard needs to get that Unite move back online, but it is a fairly fast Unite move, and it's going to be so pivotal in the final stretch.
We do see a few yellow dots on the map, but LG, they look at prioritizing this basement Regirock as Stamina Esports are nowhere in sight. We can see on the mini-map, said there's 4 members waiting for that Regieleki.
Yeah, Regirock brought down very quickly. Defense, special defense boosted for the next 90 seconds or until you are KO'd. Reggie working on the Regieleki will give them one opportunity to score and give them the score lead if scoring with full. But Luminosity Gaming up 1-0, Stamina Esports back against the wall. They need to win this one.
They need to try and find an opening here, and Holmes is diving straight onto that Rayquaza because they have the rip, but they end up getting caught out in a seismic slam, sent to the skies and back to the Pokemon Center.
Overlord taking to the skies, raining down Hellfire onto the battlefield. Rayquaza already brought down to 25%, a slower rip this time. Taking to the skies is the Eldegoss, and a blissful assistance from the Kanto region gets the confirmation.
Otter with the secure for LG. We've already had a few dreams broken here today, and it looks like Stamina Esports, their dreams of making it through is slowly slipping through their fingers as Luminosity at 325. It's not too much of a difference, but we can see that some dunks are going in that home base.
Armarouge scoring 100 on the Tier 3 goal zone. Otter just being a nuisance on their side of the field, and Luminosity Gaming, first time on broadcast, looking stronger than ever, taking that momentum from game day number 1 into day number 2, not losing a single game yet this weekend.
I think thinking about this match, the movements were so precise from LG, not moving a step, even though there was that stalemate. It ended up being that Zoroark, and from there, I mean, even though Stamina managed to catch up in levels, it's these choices that LG that they're making all right.
Here we go, Packy, one more valiant stretch through the bottom path. Their tournament life on the line. More than 400 points to eclipse here, and LG is making a stop even on their Tier 1 goal zone. Overlord once again taking to the sides and grabbing, securing a KO streak of 2. Slashcan getting the final knockout of the game with the Psyduck. Frank being closed in by Luminosity Gaming, and they will be moving on in the final stretch.
2-0 all day yesterday, and they are going to continue that streak for day 2 at NAIC. Luminosity once again are looking very strong. They have the title of the chance of LAIC and EUIC. This is one step closer towards that hat trick if they can secure the title of NAIC 2.
building the Infinity Gauntlet of trophies from the ICs. One of the best teams in the world to do it, and some of the best speedster players in the world. And I feel like that's the archetype to talk about in this game in particular is how well Luminosity, their players are able to play these speedsters. Leafeon, Zoroark, some of the best players to do it. I felt like every time that Zoroark was just maneuvering around the map, wandering around the map, they just found themselves in the wrong neighborhood, and that neighborhood was trainers. LG was able to find that Emerald 2-step multiple times on that high priority target.
Yeah, that's the one that you want to take down, the fellow speedster, but you know what? We are going to see Stamina Esports at Worlds because they still have that World slot. So that was just a taste of what's to come in Anaheim.
Yeah, an incredible game. We're going to go ahead and take a look at the first flip. I believe on broadcast, one of the fastest flips we've seen all weekend. 10% boost to Rayquaza's HP, not for Stamina Esports, that is. Unfortunately, losing that flip out. I think in game number 1, that was really their only opportunity. They were losing team fights. They needed the Rayquaza. They were losing in points quite significantly. That was the only thing they could do.
Yeah, I mean, Luminosity, as soon as they broke those tier 1 pads, they just controlled the match. But yeah, look at this. Reggie getting picked on out by Trainer. And the next target is going to be Frank on the Inteleon in the backline while the rest of the members shred down this Rayquaza.
Yeah, if Trainer is able to take down the Zoroark, that allows Overlord to use their Unite move on basically whoever they want. And Blissful assistance to get the secure on Rayquaza. And then it is off to the races. Inteleon could not escape as LG, the wrecking ball of NA, continues to press on forward.
I know Darkrai is the one to bring those bad nightmares, but I've got to say that Leafeon gumming and charging on through, and you know what, I think Charizard's bringing some dark nightmares as well with those seismic slams. Overlord with the player of the game, 74,000 damage dealt.
We're gonna go ahead and we're gonna have to ask Overlord if this was their intentional pick or unless Trainer fell asleep on stage. I believe that was, yeah, maybe a power nap. Yeah, he's definitely a carrier, not a Snorlax player, but we will have to ask Overlord if this was their intended pick, but did it make an impact? I definitely think so.
Yeah, it didn't really make a difference to LG if it was an intentional pick or it wasn't. It didn't end up costing them the game. And I think even though they struggled earlier on to get that Charmeleon phase, once they were online, they were just charging on forth, especially with Otter by their side.
Speaking of Overlord, I believe we have an interview on stage ready with Luminosity Gaming. Let's go ahead and kick it to the stage for our on-stage interview.
All right, thank you so much, Draku and Kello. An incredible match. I'm here with two-time world champion Overlord, multiple international championships now too, and of course, Charizard aficionado. So, first question, was this an intentional Charizard pick, or did Trainer forget to lock in their pick again?
Yeah, I think it's safe to say that this time it was intentional. So.
Okay, an intentional pick. Why does Charizard work into that enemy comp?
Well, I don't know if I should say it right now, but I think it's good, you know, to keep opponents on their toes, you know? You never know when the Pocket Charizard will come out.
I like that a lot. Okay, some variety, that makes sense. I did have a question. Your team, for a long time, like ever since you've all been competing together, has been really well known for your aggressive play. You're heading to the enemy central area, you break goal zones early, you make sure that the enemy team just doesn't have a chance to breathe. However, that's a very punishing strategy for a lot of teams. Not for you, though. So what makes LG unique, and how do you pull that off?
I think what makes it work with our team so well is us three carry players, me, Trainer, and Curious. We're all pretty naturally aggressive players. So, you know, when it's like calculated aggression and we're all, you know, on the same page, it's very, very hard to stop. And it's just something that fits our play style very well as a team. So.
Wow, Unite Math, the one team that's good at. That's sick. Okay, awesome. Now, the final question for you. You already have been etched into Pokemon history with 2 world championships. Very few players across any title have done that. But I don't know if there's any players that have gotten 3 international championships all in 1 year in any Pokemon game. How cool would that be to achieve here at this event?
I mean, yeah. I mean, that's obviously something that we really want to do. But, you know, we still have a lot of work, you know, a long road ahead of us to achieve that. But, yeah, I mean, being able to win all 3 ICs in a year would be absolutely incredible. So.
Awesome. Well, good luck to you and your team. I know you got a lot to prepare for, so we'll throw it back to the booth one more time for LG Overlord.
Thank you so much, Zoinks and Overlord from the booth. Welcome back to the Caster's Desk once again before we kick it off to break. And what an amazing event we've seen so far. And day 2 has been all about Zoroark. Who can play Zoroark the best? I feel like every IC, because there's very little ping, this is the Pokemon that is always a Pokemon to watch, Kello.
You know what? Ping or no ping, I cannot play Zoroark at all. So I have got to say I admire those players that have mastered this Pokemon because it is hard. It is expert after all. I'm no expert.
Before we headed off to break, let's go ahead and take a look at our upcoming day so far. Luminosity Gaming get that round 1 bye to move on forward to the semi-finals rounds. We are going to be taking a look for the next game, Peru Unite versus Bees. Kello?
Yeah, the Bees, they haven't secured themselves a last spot, but I've got to say they are going up into a Titan for the Unite Championship Series. Otherwise, later on, we'll have the Orange Juice's Nouns Esports game along with Revelation and Daybreak. So much more action to come. I mean, it's working up a sweat, I've got to say.
It is definitely working up a sweat for me too. I'm sure for the gamers on stage as well, with how highly intense these games are. A number of teams still looking for their Worlds qualification. Bees, of course, we've already talked about them. Revelation and Daybreak on the lower side of the bracket are, again, a match to watch. We're getting to the point that one of these teams will be giving that invitational spot. Do not go anywhere. The North American International Championships will rumble on very, very soon.
Hi, I'm Spraggles. This is Zoinks. We are joined here with Sebastian. He is going to be putting together a tier list based on your first partner Pokemon that we have available in Pokemon Unite. Take it away, gentlemen.
All right, Sebastian, your first option's Rowlet, a very good one. Into Decidueye, where are you putting it?
One of my favorite ones, Alolan. I'm gonna put it in A.
Okay. I like A, pretty high.
I love Spirit Shackle, so I gotta play it. So next one, we got Sprigatito here. Unfortunately, I don't really play speedsters too much. I'm gonna put it C here.
Okay, hot takes already. We're only in the grass types, okay.
I know. You know, I'm not used to speedsters. I'm more to defender role, so I gotta do that. Bulbasaur here, I'm gonna put in B.
Okay. Yeah, honestly, I think that makes
Yeah,
fair.
it's a fair one. Delphox here, kind of struggles for me, level-wise.
Okay. Oh, okay. All right, we're filling out the C tier early.
Yes, yeah, but that means we got the better ones later. So,
Okay.
Score Bunny here. I'm gonna put in B tier. I love fast auto attackers, so.
Fair. Okay, love, but only B tier love. Okay, interesting.
But we got Torchic here, one of my favorite ones. First all-rounder, I'm gonna put an A tier here.
First S tier, we got an all-rounder up there. I like it.
Got Charmander next. I'm gonna put an A tier as well. I love my fire types.
Okay, I like this.
Love my Sniper, my Inteleon, my Sobble. I'm also gonna put an A tier also.
A tier. Been very good Pokemon this weekend.
Yes. My favorite defender of all time is Squirtle here, Blastoise.
Okay. Yeah, we should have seen this coming. Sebastian, big Blastoise main.
And now finally we got Froakie here. I'm gonna put him with the Brethren, also with auto attackers. So.
Okay, yeah, we got a pretty clear delineation. I like it. Spraggles, final thoughts?
What a list! What a list, what a day here at Pokemon NAIC 2025 in New Orleans. We're here with the final stretch, and you know, I don't know if I agree with a lot of those picks, if I have to be 100% honest, but I do love a lot of those partner Pokemon. All right, Bees and Peru unite coming up. One of our 3 teams remaining that needs to qualify for Worlds. And of course, I'm Wonder Chef joining Zoinks this time around. Big change up. Just kidding, no change up at all. Honestly, I'm really excited for this matchup. Like I said, there's three teams need to qualify. This one, and then the other 2 are actually playing against each other later. So, theoretically, not that we're hoping for anybody to lose, but if Bees does not make this, we get a pure Worlds qualifier match later. Otherwise, they're going to be playing to see who can tie at minimum.
Exactly, yeah. We upset the apple cart if Bees are able to take this one. And that's exactly what it would end up being, a huge upset if Bees are able to take down Peru. We just watched Luminosity Gaming play against Stamina Esports, and we truly saw that level of championship pedigree that Luminosity brings to the table, but there's very few other teams in our competitive scene that can boast about international championship wins. One of those is this Peru squad that's lining up here at the North American International Championships. They got the EUIC trophy. They're looking to fill that out with NAIC, catching up to LG little by little.
Yeah.
And their path is going to have to be through Bees, but Bees, they sting and they hurt.
They do. They are looking quite good. Again, our team
true.
that probably we expected to see the least out of all of the teams to make day 2. Again, players that we are familiar with for a very long time, but a lot of players that usually place, I would say, a little bit outside of the top 8, which is very similar to kind of what Virgin 1 was doing. However, a lot of these teams, they're really leveling up. We're seeing them a whole lot more. They already defeated Ignorance, which is a great team from their same region. But now this is going to be one of their first opportunities to play out of region, which is going to be a really whole different experience, especially when you're not going to a lot of these ICs and getting far in them or to Worlds before. You don't really get too much chance to play against teams like Peru.
Yeah, and the last time we saw Bees was in that game against Ignorance, like you were mentioning, and went to that full best-of-3 distance. And it was about as back and forth of a match as you could imagine. One match just felt handedly one way for Ignorance, and kind of the second one did too, some Rayquaza heroics. But in that game 3, I think really defined what this Bees playstyle is going to be all about. They really found a way to shut down Ignorance in kind of this, uncoordinated team fight. They found a way to persevere and won that 2-1. It is going to be a huge challenge to go against a team with so much stage experience and so much experience just playing with each other for years in Peru Unite. So definitely a big challenge up ahead.
And we can see here the bracket, kind of how things are playing out. We just got a chance to watch Luminosity do extremely well against Stamina. Stamina going home, but again, we are going to be seeing them later, an extremely strong team.
Yeah.
And then
and Orange Juicer versus Nouns will probably be a similar storyline. I'm very excited for that match, as I'm sure a million people out there are. But again, the stakes are maybe not quite as high as they could be within that match. Obviously, you want the money of winning here, but two teams that have qualified. I believe they both have travel awards as well.
True.
So that one's going to be a very fun match, but not the stakes of the other two matches. The match we're going to watch up top, Peru versus Bees, and then Revelation Daybreak, the only match between two teams in the top 8 matches that are both unqualified for Worlds. So those are certainly going to be the ones that you're going to watch. I love the fact that we've got a bunch of different types of really hype games going on.
Yeah, exactly.
With different stakes for different reasons.
Yeah, eventually we're going to start talking about these championship matches and, of course, wanting to take the title. But for the time being, it's these 3 teams that are really standing out as hunting for that world spot, and for good reason. We have that event coming up in just a few short weeks in Anaheim. And while we're here in New Orleans, it's an exciting place to try to qualify. We get so many of these online matches to determine our Unite Championship Series results. It's so fun when we get these players in person ready to contend for those spots.
I love the graphics, all just like Peru Unite versus Bees.
Yes.
Just feels like they're going to just bring a big
Also,
cake of bees.
lowercase b is wild.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, like there's going to be a bunch of bees on
Production is
stage.
letting us know that it has also been pretty tough on production.
Okay, thank you, production.
Yeah.
I'm sorry it's tough on you. But we'll see if the Bees curse can continue for production. Peru Unite, pretty normal name, I would say, altogether. Right. Not going to be confusing people. But also names that we have will not confuse us, as we've seen them forever.
Exactly. One Pokemon that was such a standout for Bees in their last matchup was that Ceruledge that ended up being in the central area. Peru, one of the only other teams in this tournament that has played a whole lot of it. I think both these teams relying on that pick quite a bit. So I'm curious where it goes in the draft. If I had to guess, I think Bees has a bit more priority on it than Peru will. But still, it has been a Pokemon that has kind of been filling into this anti-tank role, a very important one with how bulky some of our metagame has become.
Yeah, it's done surprisingly well. I don't think I expected it to do quite that well, but we will see if it ends up back in play. It seems like more of the teams that have continued to move on actually have been using that.
Yeah, exactly.
When another big brawler that's been pretty important in those most recent matches is going to be banned out very quickly. And then, of course, a pretty, I would say, targeted ban most likely with that Leafeon, which is something that's been happening against Peru a lot this weekend.
Yes, yeah, it feels like a Nemo's Leafeon has been called out in these ban phases. But Bees are in that first pick position. You and I talked about it a lot. They love to fill into that second pick. So we'll see where this series takes us. But with the first pick spot, we do have Pokemon like Psyduck, Blissey, Snorlax, all available. Blaziken and Suicune being maybe those other high priority Pokemon already in the ban phase. And Bees is going to lock up that Blissey.
Blissey first pick. Blissey, super high, I guess, encounter rate, so fully understandable. That is going to leave some really, really good flexible options open, though, for Peru. I feel like, maybe I'm wrong. Does Peru play Blissey all that much? I feel like maybe I don't see it.
Kea has played it in the past, but I do think it's one of their less frequent selections.
Yeah.
That is true. I do think Peru Unite are one of those teams that likes to play a little more split than a big team fighting focused squad. So Blissey still getting a lot of value, but maybe not as big of a priority. I do think with a Blissey first pick on B's side, it does allow Peru Unite to almost give up the Psyduck in a situation, right? Psyduck tank is a viable option, but now KO can kind of pick the Hoopa safely and have Draken be the main source of crowd control with that Snorlax. On the side of Bees, it looks like Bits is running back the EXP share Garchomp here in our quarterfinal.
We've seen, we've seen it work. It's a viable thing. Mewtwo as well. Mewtwo's been showing up actually quite a bit.
Yeah.
In a few different versions, actually.
Right. Yeah.
Not as weird for sure as the EXP share Garchomp, but you know, at this point, I can't be weirded out by too much. And Buzzwole, actually, Buzzwole's a really interesting pick at the current moment. It's looked really good sometimes when we've seen it, and I feel like it's actually hit a few bans for a few different teams.
It has. I mean, Gatlu's Buzzwole, I think earlier on today, was just such a highlight reel of what a top-level Pokemon like that can do. However, into a matchup against Blissey, it can be a challenging one. So this is almost inviting, like, all right, well, if we're going with that Safeguard build, it might be a bit tougher. Dan does get on that Ceruledge again, but Bats is going to go to the Absol. I don't know if we've seen Bats play the same Pokemon throughout our entire tournament run. A lot of variety from our last pick on the side of Bees.
Yeah, I think Absol's doing great today. Every time that we've seen it, it has also hit, I feel like, more bans than I've seen picks, if I'm being honest. But even though it's relatively rare. And on the other side, I'd assume that is going to be normal Scyther.
I believe so, too.
Yeah, I mean, that is just a comp that we've seen from Peru so much.
It is. Last World Championships, they ran the Buzzwole Scyther again and again and
Buzzwole
again.
Scyther?
So
Yep.
the bug comp remains.
It's really, I mean, I've said this before, I think that Buzzwole works best when you can sandwich with an assassin from, like, behind them.
Yeah.
It's really, really good to kind of, like, pull people in two different directions, like, literally, I guess, if you're Buzzwole. But Scyther does a really, really good job of kind of playing at that range. And also, even if you don't be able to get, or if you're not able to sandwich them, it has extra range. It has more range than a lot of the other speedsters, aside from maybe Leafeon, who's currently banned. So you can play a little bit of a safer game and take advantage of whenever you get picked up by that Buzzwole, you know exactly where you're going to land for the dual wing beat.
Yeah, that's true. Line up some really nasty dives with a Nemo Scyther. That would be phenomenal. It's interesting to see a Nemo, well, let's be frank, force this Scyther in a lot of scenarios, right? It is a Pokemon that they are so incredibly good at that they can make them these meta-relevant threats. But a lot of times when you look at Scyther, it hasn't been up to snuff, and usually when we've seen it in metagames past, Scyther has been picked for basically one priority only, and that is just a 100-0 burst monster. Back when, like, Venusaur was all the rage in the metagame and was healing through any team fight, Scyther was one of the few Pokemon that with their Unite move combo could actually completely delete it without the Venusaur regaining all its HP. On this side, there's just a whole lot of squishy Pokemon, so Scyther is going to be playing much more assassin-focused.
It's got a lot of good targets as we get into game number 1 here. Again, Bees needs to win this set to continue on closer and closer to a Worlds qualification spot. If they lose here, because there's another match that has 2 Worlds unqualified teams, they are guaranteed to not qualify. So huge for them. Peru, though, like you said, no mercy ever.
No, not at all. And take a look at this. Tempo on this Buzzwole, normally a Pokemon that really needs its level 5 to put on some aggression, is already charging into the enemy goal zone and getting some early stacks.
Why is it super stats time and not normal stats time? That's what I want to know.
I love super stats. It's Super Swole Slam.
Super Soul Slam, that makes sense. That does make actually a ton of sense. Super stats time.
Now, this is my favorite stat, though, by far. People know how much I love the jump pad stat.
Oh, yeah.
So, very, very interesting. I love Team Bees. I am cheering for them now due to their jump pad differential.
That's a pretty big difference. I also like the number of hats. That's always going to be one of mine. Currently, we can see a hat on screen with Kea picking up the cool snapback that Hoopa does tend to have sometimes.
Do we count Bats' crown thing right now? Who knows? Either way, Bats has shown up here for the fight. Actually going right for the wild Pokemon, which Tempo can punish with that Buzzwole. First big super-powered Bidoof is gone. Going to be knocked out. And Peru unite with another massive team fight win on the top side. That goal zone is left at just 26 HP.
That was actually something I was going to point out early in the draft. But, well, actually, hold on a minute. Let's take a look as they invade over here. And they're just going to be stealing anything that they want to. I like this attempt to kind of take some of this experience rather than fight them. Just say, okay, maybe we can steal it before they can even get to it. But this is certainly some bullying. This Buzzwole is looking so incredibly powerful, and what a perfect way to get back. I was going to say I assumed they weren't going to go back in, but they all went back through. They say no area is unsafe for us. We are winning this well. And hey, look, another jump pad to Peru. We got to change that stat right now, stats team.
Oh, yeah, I didn't even think about the middle jump pads. Wow, this changes everything.
Yep.
All right, well, either way, Peru Unite feeling very good about said changes as they do have a very small score lead, but level-wise, it really couldn't be farther apart. What a strong start for this team from Latin America South. Currently, no response from Bees. We're still waiting on a lot of Pokemon to scale up. Both their EXP share Pokemon only at level 5, but same with the Ceruledge.
Now, you know, I was talking about how when you slam somebody with the Buzzwole, you can line up a perfect dual wing beat, but you can also line up a perfect snipe shot, which is exactly what we just saw, and that is one of the gnarliest combos in the game. I do believe that is the official legal term, gnarly.
Gnarly! Yes, that's true. All right, Dan, clearing these Pokemon into these Swabbles alternative. Nemo going in 1v4. They got the Unite move, though. Green Illusion dives, sets them up for 2, looking for number 3. Unstoppable for you 2. I can't bring you far. They find the Blissey in the tall grass, but unfortunately, that goal zone plus the shield going to be too much for the Scyther to carry. But hey, a 3, pretty good.
Honestly, it kind of looked like they were like, oh, it's just the Blissey. Never mind. And they just walked away. Like, maybe they could have taken it if they really wanted to, but they were like, that's not even worth my time
I
right
already
now.
have 40 points in pocket.
Yeah,
I don't
my
need no
net
more.
worth is simply too high. It is is not worth opening that that check envelope.
Ooh, a jack button to engage with the Buzzwole. And Emo does take a lot of damage, though, in grave danger. Buzzwole will get a score in, but consolation prize is Bats will be picking up a ton of comeback experience with the Scyther, and same with Dave on the Sarah ledge to return the Buzzwole knockout.
Zyna's popping the Unite right there is like a wild call. That is so extremely confident and aggressive, and obviously it worked out, but when you're doing that, you're like, okay, well, we just lost two of our most important members, and we're on their goal zone, and I'm going to pop Unite. It's like, okay, yeah, you really do think that you could probably 1v4 there, and they basically did, so that's okay, but just got to say, pretty confident game so far, rightfully, for Peru.
Oh, so, weird interaction there. Inteleon's invisibility does prevent Inteleon from receiving aimed auto attacks, like while they're standing beside them. So Garchomp would need to stand still and guess where they are with an auto attack. It's just a weird, awkward interaction. Draken going to try to start things up, but they are in a 1v4 spot. Hoopa does another Unite movement. The Snorlax has already taken down Absol, getting to work.
Ooh, nice snipe shot, hitting very, very far away. Lands another one. That's more than half HP into the Hyperspace Fury, into the Buzzwole. Actually, Buzzwole going down. I was going to say, that was actually looking like a pretty good dive. Being able to get that reverse KO, though, is really nice for Bees. They haven't been able to pick up all that much, but getting something big is huge, and a great set of kiting from Anemo. Not going to be able to be taken down right there, and honestly, Bees was doing a lot of damage in that fight. It was just all in kind of weird separate spots.
Yeah, the timing was just really unfortunate. Bits makes the decision to go into the central area for a little bit earlier before that fight to get their level 9. But also, we had Draken on the Snorlax go in just a few moments before. So I think Bees felt that need to push that fight. They could take down the defender before everything starts popping off. But then they were 4v4, and without their Garchomp's Unite move to really help them in that early fight, Peru Unite just had to capitalize. And not to mention a KO 4-person stun with Hyperspace Fury, really setting that up.
We're taking a look at Anemo, looking for maybe a back cap alongside another member with 40 points, so they might be able to take on that goal zone. Does not look like they're going to go for that much of a defense. Okay, they scared them off anyway. A little bit of poking up top. I think that may have been a little bit more of a distraction than anything else. Popping the Unite to try and stay up. Does manage to win that fight. Now Zyna's turning around, getting one more KO. Everybody diving in to try and at least trade something. And that is going to be a pretty good trade no matter what happens. Popping that Unite to try and get even more, but it's going to look pretty good for Peru in that one.
Yeah, impressive stuff. Draken's just so highly leveled on this Snorlax at this moment. Level 10, almost at that level 11, but at this point, Snorlax's bulk can outlast one of these big Sarah Ledge dives, even if that Sarah Ledge is at 13. Block, ever since those recent changes, gives you so much shielding to work with. They just kind of absorb that Unite move, walk away. Maybe you get one, but it's going to be real tough to get more than that with Snorlax on the case.
We are pretty close to the basement Reggie spawning. It looks like we got some pre-positioning from Peru already. Ooh, jumping on and getting away from the Unite, but still, it doesn't matter. The only thing stronger than Unite is one normal hit from Absol sometimes. And I like this. They're using this advantage to rotate down, try to push this tier 1 goal zone. That's going to distract them from the fact that the basement Reggie is spawning, so trying to get more positioning for that in particular to catch up in levels. It's already level 14 on the other side, but that's a very, very late Hoopa Unite being used.
That's the latest hitbox snipe shot I've ever seen to knock out that Blissey. That's so unfortunate. And they hit the puddle that snipe shot left behind, but they will fall down. Bit's going to pull back this Buzzwole. I don't know if that was intended. I think they'd rather the Buzzwole be well over there at level 13.5. Keep them away. But this Regieleki will likely be a very favored fight for Peru Unite, as they also pick up the Regice on the bottom side of the map. A reminder, we do have these goal zones up, but there will be a slow rotation out for Peru.
Everything in this game is Peru's side. I mean, look at these levels. They got. We said a low-level game earlier. This is a very high-level game, right? Level 14 on Bees, and they're behind because there's 2 level 14s on Peru. I wouldn't be surprised if we ended up seeing a level 15 maybe even before we hit that final stretch or right around the start of the final stretch. 14, 14, 13, just huge levels. Actually, we are seeing Bees start to catch up. 2 14s themselves as well.
That happens in these high-level games because one side gets really high, and if you steal even one KO, the comeback experience floods the other way. Love this positioning by Peru Unite, by the way. They have this Inteleon composition. It is so hard to fight your way into a battlefield with Inteleon. You would way rather rather have the setup, and right now, Peru has basically this entire area of the map locked down.
Their positioning is so aggressive. It's super far forward. But again, we saw something similar to this in a previous game where it actually kind of, well, it didn't really work out, but then they won the game where they're rotating really far around top. Oh, that is so scary. If they were going to check that tall grass, they would have been pretty much donezo. But they are going to be able to go back. They use that Phantom Force, and they're giving so much time. I mean, I'm glad that, by the way, I love our graphic where we get to see the Rayquaza life so that we don't have to physically be watching it right now. But yeah, like they could have easily burned it down, right? They have the time. They don't want to take that risk, and maybe that's what they're going for.
There we go. It's a check button into that central area. Draken with a absolutely massive block, pushing people out. Blissicist is into the middle. Watch out for that bit scorch up. Sarah Unite will take it. Bees just jump out of the Rayquaza. For Unite, even after having that lockdown positioning, could not stop every member of Bees from getting in towards the Ray.
But the question is, how many shields will they have? Bits looks like they're going to go down here. Oh, they actually managed to get away. They can actually now maybe stop Tempo from scoring. They're going to wait as long as they possibly can. The big question is, how many other shields exist? It seems like they're pretty much all gone, and this is going to be a pretty clean defense. That shield still up on Dan, but no! That shield gets melted in the defense. They really, really needed that. We can see now, none on Blissey, none on at least 3 members. So I think it's Absol and Mewtwo, the only ones that we haven't had a chance to see, and it looks like they have none as well. I have no Rayquaza shields left, and they're still behind by 100 points and 15 seconds.
Right side is it is a tier 1 attack, so the healing will be a little bit less for Peru, but you don't even have time to win a fight at this point. You just got to dive right on top of the gold zone. That's will take out 1. Receives a snipe shot. 23 in from Mewtwo Y, but unfortunately, I don't think that's enough points. I believe Peru's going to be hanging on.
That was, I mean, some points. I'm surprised they didn't push just a little bit earlier. I felt like there was a pretty good chance that they would have, I mean, not that they would have won, but they would have had the opportunity to win. And at that point, clearly there was just no opportunity to win. Right. Even if their full team wasn't there, I think you just genuinely push. But wow, what an interesting situation with them losing all of their Rayquaza shields. It was a great defense, clearly, from the side of Peru Unite.
Yeah, I think potentially a game-changing moment is Tempo winning that 1v1 on the enemy's tier 2 against Bits. Like, that is such a phenomenal win. Not only do they take out Garchomp as a 20-second respawn timer, but also, like you mentioned, removes that Rayquaza shield. So, a really phenomenal moment in that game, but this highlight reel could be a whole lot of Peru moments.
Yes. Oh, tons of Peru moments. Yeah, honestly, though, I do have to look back at that moment because if you have the Ceruledge Unite, you can, and any sort of amount of shield of Rayquaza, you can actually just use the Unite to get in and then just score one big. And if they had any more points scored, I mean, I guess technically they needed like at least 30 in somebody's pocket, they might win.
Yeah, okay, so watch the Blissey does Bliss assistance into the middle of the map. Snorlax is the only form of crowd control, but Bits is far enough away to not be knocked up by this power nap, so they're able to rip it down until the Ceruledge is relevant to get that last hit secure. But all in all, our Player of the Game award is going to go to Tempo on this Buzzwole. Surprisingly low amount of damage, I think, in that game, but their value was so much more in the knockout and crowd control department. 57,000 damage and 6 knockouts for Tempo from Peru.
Right. I mean, I think one of the big reasons, I tried to explain this twice, and every time I did, something happened in the game. But I think one of the big reasons why you choose Buzzwole right now is that it's still one of the few really good meta top path brawlers that is strong from moment 1 of the game, right? I think we're going into a lot of top picks that maybe aren't immediately strong. I mean, you know, for example, like Blaziken's a good example where you just you don't have time to hit your power spikes before the Buzzwole can start bullying you. And they played such a strong early game that the late game, they didn't need to do as much because they enabled their teammates to pop off.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's interesting. Those first few levels can be difficult on Buzzwole, but you're right, it's nothing compared to a Torchic or something like that on the other side, or even like what we've seen a lot of today in the Honesh. We've seen that Aegislash being played a little bit more, which traditionally I do like that matchup, but you're right, into the later game is where it kind of thrives. Let's get into game 2, and we're going to be starting off draft with Bees electing for that first pick position again. So clearly there is something they do not want Peru to have, or there is something that Bees wants to lock down. Last game, it was that Blissey. Not anymore.
Yeah, they're not getting that. If they are, then they're cheating. And that is unfortunate. No, but we will see what they do end up picking. This is a pretty tough spot. The Suicune looking like maybe their first pick, which I think would be a pretty standard first pick. I don't think this one's going to be nearly as targeted, but we are going to be throwing Bidoof on the Suicune, and I think that's a great choice.
Yeah, I like it a lot. We did not have that Pokemon available in this last matchup, and the amount of crowd control it has is truly wild. So now, Draken will take that Snorlax. The Snorlax-Hoopa combination has been phenomenal for them. They're going to lock it up again. Peru Unite could run back at almost identical composition if they want to.
This is, I mean, the metas between these two teams are so pretty different, despite the fact that they're playing like kind of similar Pokemon within the metas, but just the way that these teams are playing, I feel like we could see basically the same comps. But obviously this is going to be a very different comp, so forget everything that I just said. But theoretically we could have, because again, it's a similar idea here where Bees is really kind of picking their own things a whole lot of the time. And then Peru is a team that we talked about loves their own comfort picks a lot of the time. So I don't think they're going to be like stealing that much away from each other.
Oh, I think that Armarouge pick is inspired from Zion. I love that selection. We are going to be looking at the old runitdown.comp from Bees.
Ooh, I like that.
Clefable, a brawling Dragonite. This is going to be a big grouped up composition. I like to call it the freight train sometimes. Armarouge invites that at any given moment. Please come forward. Even if it's not Fire Spin, that Psyshock ability, anything to work with. We'll love to receive whoever wants to charge forward. Now let's see where Bees goes with their other selections. Now, Dodrio or Absol would be great options for bats to kind of give you some variety, and they are going to change things up a little bit here. Cinderace and Absol not traditionally in those style of compositions, but I do think Lemon's value on that Clefable will be found surrounding the Dragonite.
Maybe not so much now that the Absol is here, but what I was going to say was I would have maybe almost liked to see Peru go back to their, you know, their comp where they chose Chandelure a lot, right?
Oh, yeah.
The Chandelure Scyther, which we're seeing the Scyther now. And I do think that there's a similar idea with the composition here that they're doing, they're just using Armarouge instead, right? Where it's a lot of kind of similar ranges that the two Pokemon play. Yeah. They're the same typing, kind of. But the idea there, I really like it, and I think that they're going to be very, very good now with a lot of AoE damage on their team at dealing with this entire comp. I think the Absol, though, might actually be the scariest, like, kind of foil to their plan.
Yeah, that's true. That could be. Also, when I'm looking at Peru Unite's side of the draft screen, I think it might be a little interesting in the fortune-telling department. Those bans look like bans I would likely select against Luminosity Gaming, who would be their opponent if they win this match, right? So I think Peru Unite's saying, we're going to be playing these style of comps, let's get some rhythm on them, and conveniently, they're going to work into Beast as well. I don't know if that's actually getting their brain space, but I do think they're like, these are our tournament bans. Mew and Blissey, we're going to stick to it.
They've both been very successful. I mean, we got a chance
great
to see.
bands.
Yeah, I think they're super solid bands. Right. Also, again, with Bees, I think the band selection in particular is nearly impossible. They play so many weird things that I think what you do is you just take things off board that they could potentially maybe pick, but you're not like target banning anything because it's like, oh yeah, I'll just go play EXP Share Garchomp instead, and you're like, okay, well, I don't even know why I did that.
This time, EXP Share Dragonite, by the way. When they all locked him in, for some reason, Dan had it on the Cinderace, and Bits didn't. Had a Rocky Helmet on the Dragonite. We did see some swaps, which still doesn't make more sense, but we do have swaps in overall. So it's going to be cool to see a new look at the Dragonite. There's a potential to see not the outraged Dragonite now, but still with that muscle band, we're likely going to see that brawl.
I can't ever say, actually, that I've seen an EXP Share Dragonite, except for solo queue, where I've seen it more times than I would like to ever see it, probably. It looks like we are in the game already, and we've got a center area, both speedsters, everything else looking pretty normal.
Yeah, we are right into this matchup, almost a minute gone, as we are about to see the 9-minute mark. 3 players for Peru Unite on the bottom side of the map. They'll be attacking Bits, and Bidoof is God. Bits the first one to fall, but reminder, they got that EXP Share Suicune, the main damage carry of this pack.
and it's been doing a great job of that all day. I actually think maybe we haven't seen any EXP share Suicune, which I'm still a fan of, but currently, nice.
Man, I mean, you can't think of a much juicier piece of bait than a Nemo on 1 HP hanging out that tall grass. I do not blame Bats for going for that knockout in any realm. So they charge down to try to find that one, but great defensive play by Peru Unite. Reminder, that is what this Armarouge Snorlax path wants. Come to us. We are going to divvy out so much damage.
You want to be nowhere close to that duo,
It's the scariest invitation of all time.
Yes.
Oh, Wonders, if you wanted this one.
I wanted, boring stat time. We've seen on stream total of 98 Pokemon wearing hats this event. That seems a little bit weirdly aggressive to me. I wonder who could have written that.
They got you, man. They got you.
They got me. That's not a boring stat, chat. Can I please get some support in the chat that explains that the hat stat is not a boring stat. It just rhymes.
All right, Copium aside, we are at the 8-minute mark. Swablu Alteria's spawning in Tempo and Anemo. First in line to pick those up. Oh, Bats actually chasing down that Heavy Slam. Will knock them up full heal. Has to be popped by Bats. Tempo does not have the chase down, but Draken sure does. Zinus and this Snorlax working together so well.
Yeah, this is a scary trio here. Yep, one initiation is all you need, and everybody else just jumps in immediately. I love that. It's going to be a lot of points in here. Looks like they maybe are not going to break it, or they're just waiting to break it. Yeah, choosing not to break it early on. I do like that a lot. They could have gone for a little bit more positioning. I guess they're the ones with the Hoopa, so they don't care quite as much about breaking that Tier 1 goal zone, but still, they want it.
Okay, well, the potential to now put some points into Tier 2 is going to be available with the Nemo, Kaon, the whole crew rotating towards the top side. That will be Fandom Force Portal build this time around. Interesting. So Armarouge obviously going to be a bit more in the front lines. Having that portal to work with will assist them in those team fights.
Oh, I think it's great. They've got a bunch of tanky options, and those tanky options are holding forward.
Yes.
We have just seen them hold forward the entire game. So many different good options to be able to reset. I mean, mobility on top of a lot of tanky kind of frontliners on the side of Peru. So I think they'll be able to reposition perfectly into the spots that they want to. Also, on the other side, not really anybody that has knockups or pushbacks to get people away from the portals.
Yeah, no knockup specifically. I was thinking Suicune, but all that's going to do is hold you in place until you go back home.
And you're like, okay.
Yeah, not a whole lot of options there. We do have a rallied up defense by Bees against this Regieleki push, but it's Tempo putting short work to that. KO Streaka 2, Anemo dunking in a few points, Zinus as well, and that goal zone already below a half.
Yeah, actually running back to try and 1v1 that Dragonair. They are going to get 10 points in, but I do assume that they're probably going to be going down after that. And this goal zone will go down. Another nice KO for Anemo. Everything looking good. There we go. There's the 1v1, the aggressive Hoopa play, chasing them down. You actually, I mean, you're great at chasing people down as Hoopa, honestly.
Yeah, especially with that Phantom Force.
Yes,
you're able to move a whole lot, and a great success there. They have held them to that level 7 Dragonair. Meanwhile, both the Tier 1 and 2 on the top side have been broken, and we haven't even seen the second Regieleki of the game. So very quickly, Peru setting up some checkmate scenarios onto Bees. Well, while the Rayquaza is always an option, Peru Unite is basically removing every other win condition off the board.
Yeah, the checkmate scenario is seeming already correct. We're less than halfway through the game. This is like that checkmate in 4 move gimmick that like everybody learns once in chess.
Yeah, I totally know what it is.
Yeah. I knew at one point. Let's go. But honestly, that's what it feels like here. It's just over so quickly. And Bees did an amazing job of really potentially pulling that last game back. They were as close as you could possibly be. But Bees. But they are even further behind by a significant amount this time. I think they're gonna have to pull off kind of a miracle, and they have Pokemon that need to get levels as well. So it's just gonna get harder and harder for them the more and more Peru steal the lead.
That is true. The one silver lining, or how our Bees could start clawing our way back into this game, is they finally have unlocked some Unite moves. Dragonite, Cinderace, and there's the one to start with Cinder. Dragonite secures that Registeel. They can take out this Snorlax. It could be a start of something special with Draken. Other things in mind. Block trying to separate the Clefable from the rest of the team. A very aggressive Hooper portal by Zinus to bring the team with a red carpet forward. Anemo not afraid of being only at half HP. Instead, a Unite move to execute that Suicune.
Oof, that Unite from this arena is such a good counter to the Absol as well. I was saying, I think that the Absol is going to be one of the biggest great options against Peru's comp, but if you can stop them just with one Unite, that's all you need. Okay, hold on a minute though. That's actually a huge KO. An MO going down and another, well, pretty decently good KO. Any KO is huge right now for Bees. They're picking up 3, 2 of them a little bit lower level, but one of them gigantic. And you can see the levels already starting to catch up just from that alone.
Yeah, also, I don't know if you saw, Wonder Chef, this is a historic moment. That is a faint Cinderace from Dan. So
I cannot explain how many times I've played Faint Cinderace and how many times on broadcast I've said that I think Faint Cinderace is actually good. And I'm probably wrong, but that's extremely exciting for me. I love Faint. So what are the big things that you can potentially dodge? I guess if you see the Unite happen from the Scyther, then maybe you can feint away and get into a position where it won't hit you?
The first instance, I guess, when it brings all its illusions, it might be pretty tough to dodge both, but we will see. I think Bat's maybe a sixth sense, aware that they were not alone up there on the top. Multiple Pokemon waiting in the tall grass. Absol is the disaster Pokemon, so lore-wise, a very good reason to recall in that moment.
It's an omen, yes.
Exactly.
But they are still sitting up there. Honestly, a lot of sitting around and waiting right now.
Very patient from Peru, yeah.
Yes, but honestly, they just don't have that much else that they can fight for. Every single time that you're this far ahead, there's no experience you can fight for. You can't steal anything from the opponent because you already stole it. There's the objectives that are coming soon, but you already have control of those. All you're doing by trying to fight is giving them an opportunity to get rubber band experience and come back into the game. So playing safe from Peru, I think, is a great choice. I honestly think they could have played a little bit safer earlier on because they did allow those 3 KOs, which you can see kind of almost even things up.
Right.
But I like the way that they're playing right now. They realize, like, okay, hold on, let's not throw this game.
And for Bees, that was the best call you could make. I read your lucky moving towards your home goal zone is truly going to make it over, but Tempo already starting things off with a huge Unite move.
Oh, this is the 2-minute fight. They're committing everything. Unite coming up from the Absol. Not able to catch as many as they maybe want. Snorlax Unite just to maybe keep a few of those members alive as they're going to be chasing out. Cinderace goes down in that top path. 2 other members. All of the damage line basically from Bees has gone down. But now the question is, what does Peru do off of this? Kaz just chasing down, apparently, while Rayquaza is getting burned. Nobody in range except for Bits, and that's got to be the option, but no chance. A great turnaround and burn from Peru. Like I said, that was the question. Will they burn down that Rayquaza? Will they just reset and defend for longer? They chose their answer. They chose it confidently. They made it work, and that certainly is locking them in this win.
Yeah, what a finish from Peru. Unite, the only Latin America South representatives here at NAIC, and they are looking like they are in fantastic form, and what a time to do so. Last year's World Championships, they did finish within your top 4, and they have secured that exact same placement here at the North America International Championships.
And looking to maybe, I don't actually know if they're going to be able to, looking to try to hit that 4-digit score line. They're pretty close, but I think at all costs, Bees must prevent that from happening. There's 40 seconds left. It's 40 seconds, probably not going to mean anything except for some stats padding so we can get some more boring stats. But I will say, once again, a huge congratulations to Bees. This was an amazing showing for them throughout the tournament. They showed that they are basically at that level of being a Worlds qualifier. Had maybe some of the luck of the draw of as far as matchups been slightly different, we could easily have seen them in Anaheim. But I do hope that, again, we get a chance to see them in the future remaining as a team because they played great. Even against teams like Peru, while they were losing a good amount of the time, they made the close comebacks a few times. They had chances.
Yeah, what a fantastic showing from Peru, and that means that Bees will be bowing out of the event at this moment, but on the back of a great tournament run. Like you mentioned, Peru, what a squad. This Latin America South team, I mean, they really do look like they could be headed towards your championship match on Sunday.
I think that there is a pretty high chance. I think if we had to choose, I mean, we don't even need to make predictions because we're getting down to so few teams. But,
I know.
Yeah, again, I almost feel like I didn't even need to say that many good things about Peru because we just know that they're so good. They've showed it so many times.
Yeah.
They're one of the few teams that has traveled to nearly every event.
Yeah.
And so, for example, like them and Nouns and Luminosity and Orange Juicers, who are all still in this bracket, I think we've had a chance to see all of these teams so much, and Peru just continuing to show that they have been on that level, that consistently high level for years now.
Yeah, oh, they're such a fun team to watch, too. Another interesting thing about this team is who they're representing, that Latin America South region, right? Which has been a pretty intensely competitive region. As this year in specifically, multiple teams kind of vying for that championship spot. Peru's had a lot of competition. They did win the play-in tournament for this event, of course, but there's teams like Yanagarasu that have been so phenomenal that will also be attending your World Championship. So a lot of exciting things to look forward to for LATAM.
Love all of our LATAM teams. Unfortunately, now 2 of them are out. Well, not now, but earlier. 2 of them are out, so Peru being the only one remaining. And so we will be seeing them later, but we just get a chance to watch all their amazing play once again. And they really were just in control pretty much the entire time. Like I said, there were certainly moments where Bees were in inches from making the comeback. Obviously, taking the Rayquaza is gigantic, but even in that sense, Peru doing an amazing job of defending was so impressive. When you have to understand kind of like how to win off the back foot after you've been winning, if that makes sense.
Yes,
like how to do the best thing in a bad situation, or the, I guess, worst thing that could happen in a good situation.
Yeah, it's such a tough opponent against Peru, but I do think you're right. They were making some really good decisions. I loved that Regieleki take before that final battle on the top side. It's the great moments, but in the end, it is Anemo with the Scyther, who had a 77,000 damage game and 14 knockouts, by the way. This Pokemon, you know, historically has not been loved by everyone here on the commentary team, but Anemo does still seem to be the exception.
I don't know who you could be talking about. Certainly not the pair of casters that will be following us. But you get a win today, Zoinks. You get a win today because they can't be like, why does Zoinks think that the Scyther's good? Because that was obviously some great Scyther gameplay.
Yeah, Anemo just really makes the pick look on an entirely different level.
Yeah, Anemo, and then I'm blanking on the name, but who's the Japanese player? Do you remember the name?
Slime?
Slime, yes, thank you.
Slime loves that Pokemon.
I've forgotten Slime's name like 40 times, and it's like the easiest name of all time. But both of them, I want to see them play Scyther Mirror.
Top level. Okay, Scyther,
just 1v1.
Scyther 1v1 side event at Worlds, please.
Yes.
I'll enter.
We'll enter, but those 2 get seeded to Grand, so it doesn't even matter.
No, and then we make Spraggles and Dupes next commentators.
Yes, yes. Deal.
Yeah, perfect. This is a perfect plan. Nothing could go wrong. So Peru going to be moving on against Luminosity Gaming. I mean, what a matchup to go against. However, when you ask those teams who they want to play against the most in these brackets, I feel like, well, we've interviewed those teams a lot because they do very well at events a lot. That is always the answer. They want to play the guys on Peru, and of course, the Peru guys want to play the Luminosity team. They are such a fun rivalry, and the fact that it's going to be a semi-final match in our tournament, I mean, that's so exciting.
Right, I mean, we've got that one. We've got the Nouns Orange Juicers, which is going to be a very similar caliber to that. But I did just hear that our guaranteed next match that's going to be on broadcast, unfortunately for Dupes Snacks and Spraggles, it's not going to be a Nouns match for once. No, I'm just kidding. Very fortunately for them, it is the World's Qualifier match, our next match. So
folks,
it is going to be, Revelation going up against Daybreak. And I'm very sad that I didn't get a chance to cast that one. I think everybody wants to cast that one. That one's really exciting. 2 names that maybe people didn't expect as well, and a final guaranteed decision. There's no like we're gonna maybe go to a tiebreaker. We might see what the other matches happen. It's gonna be that guaranteed. So I'm looking forward to that one. I'm probably just gonna sit right here and just watch it and listen to them.
Yeah, we were scheduled to cast it, but then production saw this, so they were like, yeah, let's take them off of it. So, unfortunate, but it's going to be an amazing match. I cannot wait. I know all of you can't wait, so just begging you to wait a little bit longer. We'll be back with more Pokemon Unite at NAIC right after this. Hey everybody, I'm Zoinks, this is Spraggles, and this is Bridget mentioned, and we are going to be making a Pokemon first partner tier list of Pokemon that are not inside of Pokemon Unite yet, and how much we want them. This is the Grass Types edition. Bridget, are you excited?
So excited. I can't wait.
All right, well, let's get started.
Okay, Trico. I love Gen 3, but I'll put it in A.
Okay. Ah, similar. Gen 3. Okay, I like it. All right, next up.
Turtwig. He's so cute, but I'm going to put him in B.
Ah, why?
Oh, I don't know.
All right, great. Turtle is the reason. Turtle's the reason.
Grookey. I love Grookey. Grookey and S.
Wow, okay. A future Rillaboom. That'll be, you know, VGC players are a little scared, but us Unite players are excited.
We need a monkey.
Yeah.
So it feels right, feels correct. Chikorita's kind of my girl, so she's also going in S.
Hey, okay. I know Spraggle's a big fan of the Meganium line too. That's hype.
Good, as you should be. Ooh.
Yeah. Fair enough. All right, next one.
Snivy. Eh.
Okay. All right. How do you feel about your list overall?
Honestly, I stand by this.
Fair enough. And one big face from Jake. Thanks, everybody.
Welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Championship Series. Here we are at the final stretch, live in New Orleans at NAIC. And up on our stage, we have Daybreak from OC, Revelation from North America. And while we have some amazing matches coming this weekend, Dukes Next, this could be considered the biggest of all, because that final world spot that you earn here at NAIC in the final stretch is being fought over right now between these two teams. Every other team qualified, all ready for Worlds. So this is it right now. Someone on that stage in a very short best of 3 is going to find out whether or not they are heading to Worlds.
Production's certainly happy you're on time, and I'm here. I'm on time with you right now, because this is going to be a heck of a match. We were talking about this a little bit before we actually got on camera. OC taking that second spot back. They had it taken away from them, and they said, no, we should have always had one. We're to come earn it. And there we go. Daybreak is literally one mere best of 3 away from doing just that. Little OC representation, and of course, a little self-pride and sending themselves to Worlds. On the other side, Revelation, an NA team that's had an overall pretty successful season.
Really good year.
That being said, they are now one best of 3 away for punching their ticket to Worlds.
That's right, the little region that could. OC somehow possibly clawing that second spot back, and then you have Revelation in their way. One of the best teams in North America not yet qualified for Worlds. Well, it's all coming down to this, everyone. Revelation is starting our draft phrase? Starting our draft phrase.
I've never done that, so I feel embarrassed for you.
I feel good.
But just know that it's okay.
Don't worry. I'm actually going to leave. I'll come back when I can get it right.
Perfect. That's why I rolled my sleeves up, because I knew I was going to do a lot of solo work. Here we go. Zarina band, Comfey band, Suicune, and Talion.
What a draft phrase.
That Zarina obviously is a target band, which is some of our favorite things to keep track of throughout the tournament.
Yeah.
Because the teams that decide to go with target bands seem to find themselves in positions of success, and right now might be no exception.
Yeah, there are so many good Pokemon in the game that it's hard to ban out something super powerful unless you know not only does this team play this Pokemon very, very well, but it's also very powerful.
Right.
But when you look at a Zarina, when you look at a Comfey, you are very clearly trying to shut down a strategy that your opponents have. We've seen Daybreak play things like Zoroark Comfey to perfection. I mean, even like giving Luminosity a real run for their money with that combination. Now the question is, what do they want to do with some of these powerful picks taken away from them?
Yeah, you know, I like that Daybreak has kind of found themselves in a strategy where they don't need to prioritize Snorlax at all. Foo's been playing a great Mamoswine all weekend long, and they clearly feel comfortable on that pick. Urshifu grabbed by Celestial here. And D System C, of course, on the Mew. We haven't seen a lot of Mew, you and I, and rounding this out with a Mewtwo. And if that's in Oblivion's hands, I'm assuming it's a Mewtwo-Y.
That is indeed a Mewtwo-Y in that final spot there for Revelation. Revelation's had some really interesting picks over the course of the year. Right now, they have a little bit of a different squad than you've seen. Pika Diff is filling in, but he might not only be filling in, but getting that spot to World. Pika Diff seems to always get a World spot.
The timeless wonder.
Yes.
The timeless wonder. Just absolutely amazing. Great human being, by the way. Just like a very pleasant
Wonderful
person.
dude.
And I guess we can't go without saying Scizor rounding this thing out. We saw some success with it yesterday. You know, that bullet punch, it really gives it a lot of sustainability. And when Joe locks in this Scizor, it's not like what we just watched with Peru. It's not going to become a Scyther. It is going to evolve into Scizor.
I'm glad that you hit the Scyther.
The Scyther?
It's not just me screwing up. We both can screw up with the Scyther. You're right, but it is going to be a Scizor, which I think is going to be really interesting to see. We've actually seen some very unique picks out of Daybreak. And OC as a region, they play things like Azumarill, Scizor, a lot of Aegislash, more Aegislash than you see from other regions. And it's been working out so well in this tournament. They actually were target banned earlier for their Azu pick. So I want to see what the Scizor can do. You know, it brawls well. They have a lot of physical brawlers on the other side. Bullet Punch is pretty dang strong. If this thing is in an engagement, the longer it's there, the more value it brings to the team. So, you know, Daybreak is looking to keep that healthy for longer, and then on the other side, Revelation wants to shut that down early or just disengage from it.
Yeah, of course. Revelation having a much more standard draft from what we can call it, say the thing.
Here we go. Revelation, your purple team. Daybreak, your orange team. Again, one of our two teams here are qualifying for Worlds in a very short best of 3.
Going into the top path, Lunier and Dispenza. Dispenza having a great day yesterday, specifically against Nouns when they squared off. And we want to see more of that out of them here, especially when you give yourself such a prio pick inside out.
Yeah, it looks like we are playing a little bit of a safer clear on the side of Revelation there in the top path. Just getting what they can, deciding that they can't really battle against that Garchomp super well. And we've talked about this Pokemon a lot over the course of the weekend. Mew here in this bottom path recently received a couple of very nice buffs. Mew players are eating well with this patch.
They absolutely are. Surprising, I thought we would have seen more, to be quite honest. Fu getting right into the face of Revelation. I believe that was secured by Revelation in that exchange. Fu have to go back, grab a berry, and you already see Celestial. Blue Bear mode. We're going rapid strikes.
Yeah, we are looking to fight and brawl as well. I don't know if you really want to brawl into a Scizor, but both of them love to be up in the mix a lot. Here comes Scizor moving in for this fight right now. The birds are immediately gone. Scizor continuing this fight, chasing it down right here, looking for the KO on Bullet Punch, but no, pushed away there by Dispenza. Huge.
The Dispenza Surf right there was a difference maker. It split them off, Joe, from the rest of the team and allowed the real estate needed to get that KO safely.
Yeah, beautiful play there from Revelation. That was very nice. Not able to pick it up with Scizor, although you saw how close it was. Without that disruption, I think that Scizor is able to continue pushing.
I agree completely. Anon taking a lot of damage here. There's the Surf, pinning it against the wall. Now we have Hoopa, Liz, sticking around very close, magicianing a berry up to make sure that Anon does not get knocked out, because that would have spelled disaster early.
I gotta say, I mean, you were calling it out. Dispenza feels like they're on another level right now. They've got the cape on. They are the superhero of this team as they move forward for another fight.
Oh, wow, look at all those stuns. The Blue Bear coming through. Joe can't even get a move off, and sacrificed in that exchange is Fu, the swine up. So good engagement by Celestial, but also great follow-up by who else? Dispenza again.
Really nice stuff. We have Oblivion almost level 7 on their Mewtwo here in the top path. We do have the Garchomp scoring, but they are just getting crushed immediately. Dragon Claw combo does pick up multiple members of the team, but they go down. Mewtwo-Y is mega right now, but they're going to peel away from this fight.
Yeah, you have to get away, especially, look, I don't know how many times this match I'm going to say Dispenza surfs to set up a knockout, but right now it's 4, and we're under 3 minutes in.
Nice play right there with the Blaze Kick, pulling the Scizor back, but deciding they can't fight right there. Obviously, with Overheat, you are able to secure just about anything in front of you. And we have this Blaziken at level 8 already. Jesus. Very powerful. They're going straight for Regieleki.
I mean, having Hoopa and Piloswine at level 5 stinks. It's hard to lead the charge for your team